Hello. Okay, I think my microphone is working now. Sorry for the wait. So, hello here. So right now I'm gonna do an art live stream. Right now I'm gonna draw Zelda. So this is gonna be like a on the spot drawing. So I did not done any sketches, and let's hope I can finish this in less than an hour. Okay. So, if you're wondering, I'm using a Medibang. This is a free art program. So, my usual canvas is 1920 by 2160. It's 300 or 350 dpi. And there. So this is actually my usual canvas. It actually works for social media, but whenever I do commissions, usually I go to 600 dpi. Sometimes I use A4 canvas, but that actually depends on the commissioner. But anyways, I'm just gonna draw Zelda. Right now I'm actually planning to draw Zelda from Tears of the Kingdom, but I'm planning to draw her wearing her royal dress in Breath of the Wild, because I haven't seen some art with her wearing that dress, or and also wearing her Zonai earrings. So no, that's gonna. I think some have drawn this, but I haven't seen it yet. But yeah, go. So okay. Yeah, short hair Zelda. Yep. So right now I'm just drawing the head. This is just a rough sketch, so not really need to be perfect. Sometimes I'm just used to draw like stick figures just to have an idea what would be her poses. Let's see here. Just draw her. Just doing a side view. Just upper torso. So I'm just trying to do like a proportion here. I'm just trying to draw her line of movement. In case for those who are wondering, my time here is actually 2 a.m. It's a Sunday. And I decided to use this time because our net is more stable. Yes, this is a late night stream, and also I actually prefer to draw late at night than early morning. Even though I'm actually an early riser, I usually wake up around 4 5 a.m. So that's actually my, but I usually sleep at 9. So that's why I was able to do a live stream even if it's late, because I was able to sleep a bit enough just to have my creative juices running here. Yeah. It takes practice. The basic goal of making good at drawing is to know your anatomy. So usually for some people, they usually do some boxes. I sometimes do that, but I prefer to do like lines. Like I prefer to do like the line of movement. Sometimes just stick figures and then just I forgot what's their term. I think spring, I think. Like the spring movement. I'm not I forgot the term, but it's more like you're doing some several circles on the body. So this is just a sketch. I'm actually trying to do this in an hour. So let's see if I can do that. Here. Oops. This is just another rough sketch. I usually do several rough sketches. Head is a bit bigger, so um, hmm, that's a complicated question because I've actually started doing digital drawing like I think 5 years ago, 6 years ago. But before that I actually do some drawings traditionally. Um my main medium is oil pastel. I was actually doing some, say, competitions and whatnot at school, around high school. But then when I started going to college, I decided to quit art. Totally not drawing at all. So, um, I'm I'm those kids where they need to sacrifice their hobbies just for the study. So I'm that person. So let's just say my college life was actually quite depressing because there was no art, there was no music, there was no hobbies. All of all of the time I just study, 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 and then after I graduated, um I did not went to drawing at first. It took me like after I think 3 years to decided maybe I'll just try to do some drawing. I actually kind of forgot what brought me to art again, but it's actually quite difficult to go back to art after, say, um not touching any art materials for a very long time. But the good thing is that um because art is actually very available. especially tutorials online. So it's a bit easier for me to do some refresher compare before where you actually have to say observe some people who actually draw. So I don't have my old drawings, but if you're gonna compare my old drawings versus my like recent drawings, it's actually bad because I don't actually know how to do some what do you call this, anatomy. So it's kind of screwed up. Okay, should I actually draw the long hair? Should be short hair. Sorry, because I was actually just looking at her reference with the long hair. Yeah. So Wild Zelda, especially the Tears of the Kingdom version, her hair is kind of fluffy. So yeah. Oops. Mind, this is still a sketch. And then dress. The royal dress is kind of complicated, but I actually liked it. Yeah, the kingdom, yes. I think this was actually, I'm not sure how many, I think this would be my third time drawing Zelda wearing her royal dress. I rarely draw her with her royal dress because it's a bit complicated, but I've decided to draw this on stream to see how fast I can actually draw her. And well, I'm using a reference, so let's see how I could draw it. How's the weather in your area? Here it's already monsoon season, so our monsoon starts at around like second week of May up until um August, like first week of August usually. But the weather sometimes change. It's very inconsistent nowadays. So, um, like last time we had like a heat wave. We've been reaching around 50 degrees Celsius. Not sure how. What's that on Fahrenheit, but yeah, we've been tolerating it a lot. Just today, we were having some light rains, even though we have like a low pressure area. So that's why I was actually kind of worried if it might make my internet connection a bit spotty. But I think everything's been doing great. I hope my internet won't lag, but it's okay because I do have a backup if it happens. Here. In case you're wondering what's the um, temperature in Celsius that was here, it's 50. But right now, what is the weather today? Let's just check. Temperature. It's just 26 degrees Celsius. That's 79 degrees Fahrenheit. There. Yeah, for a tropical country, yes, this is just a fair weather. We usually hit around 30s is actually just a regular weather for us. But if it reach more than 30, yes, yeah, we usually whenever there's an announcement that the temperature reached 50s, most classes will be postponed. There were some cases that some government offices will declare like half day because that's actually hot weather. They don't want their employees or their kids to suffer from heat stroke. Why do Zelda's clothes a bit complicated here? Yeah. But this is actually hot. Yeah, so yes, that's, that's the problem. If it's actually reaching say 40s, 50s and the humidity is quite high, um that's terrible. I'd rather suffer from a high temperature but with low humidity because it feels like the air is a bit heavy and it's actually a bit warm. But that's just me. Although we last year we had say we've been having some heat waves for several months. I think the highest that we had was 55, but our humidity was um around, it's not reaching above 20% humidity. So it's very dry. Now the problem is if it's too dry, you're having some issues with your air intake especially if you have, say, prone for asthma or, you know, I'm gonna adjust. I'll just torso here. Oh, it's nice. 20 degrees or 30 degrees is tolerable. Oh, I hate traveling if it's rainy because sometimes the traffic is terrible. Also, um, everything's too wet, so you have to be mindful of your clothes, and then you have to bring umbrella. That's why I prefer to stay at home if it's raining. I work remote, so I don't need to travel to go to work, which is nice, especially if the weather is pretty bad. But there are some cases where you have no choice but to leave your house to buy groceries, to do some payment on billings or any transactions that needs your presence. So, oh, you need to drink a lot of water, especially with the weather right now. Water is a must, especially if the weather is very terrible. Oh, so your monsoon season is actually a bit opposite from ours, so July to October. But sometimes during those months we're getting some typhoon. So before we were usually seeing some typhoons during like April. Now we're almost getting some typhoons all through the year. But for this year, we only had like one, not typhoon, but like, you know, like a low pressure, a tropical storm. Yeah. We only had like one tropical storm for this year, which is kind of worrying because um usually they said that if you're getting like two if you're getting um lots of months with warm weather or hot weather, you'll be expecting severe storms in the following months, which is kind of true. Especially for those who don't know, I live in the Philippines, so it's actually like most of the storms that came from Pacific Ocean. Usually, mostly they pass through the Philippines. So we're actually like the gateway of all storms coming from the Pacific. That's why our country are usually on the main news if there's actually an upcoming weather because upcoming storm, because we're always the first country to be hit by storms. So but we're kind of used to it, so like a while ago we had a short like a light what do you call this, earthquake. So not really like a strong earthquake, just a bit of movement. Did not last for. Oh, thank you for the follow. So yeah, so we just had like an earthquake just a while ago. It wasn't strong. It wasn't strong. It's a tectonic actually. Here. I can sell this. Sleeve. By the way, I think Mochue is also doing a streaming, an art stream actually, on Discord, and she'll be drawing Link in various clothes, which is kind of nice. I actually like her work. I'm one of her fans, but sadly, her I'd like to watch her stream, but then I have to do mine. And this is the only time I can actually do a live stream. And it's still so big. Yeah, same. That's actually what happened with us here. We were usually just we just got the aftershock. I think the epicenter is several miles away from us here. Not that alarming. And it's kind of common, especially in a place where the Pacific Ring, where we're located in the Pacific Ring of Fire. So, why Zelda, you have to be so muscular? Yeah, but 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 actually, if you check Zelda's actual art, um, she's a bit muscular, especially on whenever she wear her prayer dress, is sleeveless. You can actually see her biceps is actually big. So, but I think that's understandable because she's doing a lot of Shika works. So I think all of the tomes and the books that she needs to carry, um, that kind of built her. Yes, like Toro. I'm gonna draw her. Yes. Well, Rome is, kind of big. But I was wondering if he became that big because of stress. Stress can sometimes, like sometimes people who are stressed overeats a lot. So maybe that, or maybe he's just that big. I am not gonna draw her skirt. It's a bit complicated. I'll just stick with her upper body. Okay. Not gonna attempt. Oh yeah, maybe. And then Zelda just got the genes from her mom. All of her genes, all of her physical genes actually, came from her mom, but her probably her temperament, she might have got that from her dad. So they good, but don't. Yeah, I mean, if we're talking about a beefy Zelda, I think Echoes of Wisdom Zelda is the one who would fit the bill. I mean, she can carry like a large boulder, even without her wand. And I love Echoes of Wisdom. It's actually disappointing that there's actually just a few art of her. I was actually planning to draw Echoes of Wisdom today, but I decided to just go with Wild Zelda because it's actually more faster. I also have to think if I should draw like the actual art, like a chibi Echo Zelda, or just draw her based on my art style. I've drawn her in a non-chibi way before we got like the full trailer. Okay. And then I saw some art of her where they gave her like dark eyes. And it's actually for me it's prettier for her to have like a dark eyes. Just like some two um I know. What I mean is that What I mean is that for me, I was planning just to draw Echo Zelda, like her, like the round circle, and then like the button eyes thing as an art. But I also was planning to do like an Echo Zelda in like an anime-ish way, like my art. Yeah. But I just decided to do Wild Zelda because Wild Zelda is actually one of my favorite Zelda character. I was actually planning to draw Zelda and Link today, but I don't think I can actually do it in an hour because I was actually planning to do some art request on stream. I'd rather finish this than do some request later. I'm not sure if I can do a 1 hour live stream. I might end up doing like 2 3 hours. Not sure. Depends on my internet, and also if I'm feeling sleepy, then I'd rather just go to sleep. Um, like this part. Sketch is actually one of the, I can say, hardest or the longest process for me, because this is where you need to build your character. You have to do some adjustments about the poses, also checking the anatomy if it's working. Even though I'm not like 100% perfect, I still need to study a lot of anatomy. Sometimes I do some practice. I do some art as well, but I am not posting them because it feels like, I don't know, incomplete. Like for me, I need to polish it more. Well, actually, the way I draw my eyes is just basic. Um, it's just simple. There's no flair at it, to be honest. Other people can actually make eyes like sparkly. Mine is just like simple. Just I can actually just show you in a bit, because I've seen some people actually putting lots of effort on making their eyes. Mine is just like probably one of the most boring part. Like I tend to focus more on the angles or the know, there's something that I don't like about this pose, but what's the problem with this? Oh. Okay, decent. Second sketch, then we'll go to the third sketch. Okay, so here's the eyes. So I usually just start with two circles. So this is where you can actually determine, usually they just start with circles to determine the pupils. So I usually start with a very, what do you call this, derpy eyes, because I'm actually kind of jealous with other people who can actually draw eyes on the spot. Eyes is actually like a bit of, say, boring part for me, but also a bit tricky because I have some issues with the eye placement sometimes. Even though I've actually did like a line where the eye should be placed, but that's just a sketch. Sometimes I ended up not following my sketch. Um, you'll see once I started doing some line art, you'll be able to see that I actually don't follow my sketches. Oh. Thank you. Um, wait, too big. Very derpy. Yep, lovely. I'll just delete it. There was this saying where if your art looks weird, it's better to just to start from scratch rather than revising it. It actually applied. I actually heard that from my workmate before. Um, so our work kind of involves around data analysis. So whenever we see, say, if you feel like the data that you got is actually um like if it feels like it's incomplete, or if you feel like there's something wrong, there there there's actually something's wrong going on with your data. So say if you do some code, like say if you feel like your code is not working, better to just start from scratch rather than revising it, because it's actually a bit faster. um but that's actually let's say my policy that I've been following ever since I got that advice from a workmate. So even in my art, say for example, if I actually did a lot um of drawings, a lot of say some line arts, but it feels like it's say it's something's missing, I'd rather just start from the beginning rather than doing some revisions. There are some times where people would say, just take a break, um, take a rest, and then look into your art after a day, just to have, just you have some fresh eyes or something. um, I've done that, but for me, I'd rather just start from the beginning. But that's just me, because, lots of time wasted and all. But then I'd rather just do some, just start from the beginning rather than spending more time revising. So, but I'm not just saying that I have to revise this, okay? I'm just saying that I'd rather just redraw the eyes rather than just stuck with. Um, Oops, I got it. Apologies. I can't believe I'm spending so much time doing the eyes. By the way, I actually just upgraded my computer just last week. So some of my hotkeys are actually not working properly because Windows 11 kind of screws up some of my programs. Even my tablet is actually not functioning for after I replaced the cable. Oh yeah. Yeah, sorry, I'll not be able to. I might miss your event, but I'll try. I'll try my best to see if I can actually finish it. Yeah, thank you. And yeah, I hope you will have your own kind of fun in your own event. It's a reading, right? So Let's do a rough line art, and call it. I usually start with black. Okay, so so it seems that they've missed some chat messages. Ah, okay, so for those who may have noticed, I haven't actually done any live stream. And I think my last live stream was like 2 years ago. So, um, not. That's why I actually missed some chat messages. So I'm sorry if I missed you or I haven't mentioned you. Um, but yeah, thanks for watching my stream. I also don't have any bot implemented on my chat yet, but I'm planning to do that. As I've mentioned, I actually just had my computer upgraded just recently. Reason why I was able to do a live stream for almost 2 years because my old computer was actually a bit outdated. So whenever I do a live stream, it's actually um giving me some latency issues. I thought it was my internet at first, but then I realized that it was actually just my PC. Unable to handle a capacity to do a multi-stream. So before I was actually just using Restream, so it's like a free multi-stream platform. It's actually using your internet connection instead of just using your GPU. Um, but since it's a free streaming app, um, you only have a limit of an hour to do a live stream, which kind of sucks unless you pay for a premium, which I don't want to. Also, you can actually multi-stream not only Twitch but also Facebook Live, I think, but which is um, kind of interesting. But I don't have enough funds to spend money for to restream, and then when Linktober came in, I decided to um, give it a shot, participate for the Creator Con. Actually, this is my first time participating in Creator Con. I haven't done any Linktober event, even though I was actually interested on doing so. But time is actually scarce for me, especially during those times I was actually busy doing art convention. But this year I've decided to take a rest. I'm just eyeballing everything here. So big. I'm not sure if for those who are actually knows some of my art, I actually do some art for the Dragon Prince fandom. So I'm actually a multi-fandom person. So I sometimes do art for Zelda. I also do some art for the Dragon Prince. That's why I kind of messed up with the ears, especially for the elves, the Hylians and the elves. So, um, before I actually tend to draw um, Zelda and Link's ears a bit small, because I was too used to draw the elves and the Dragon Prince. But after seeing some art, I've noticed that some Zelda artists tend to draw the Hylian ears a bit larger, longer, um, except those art from Skyward Sword, where the ears of the Hylians there are a bit small, especially for Link. So yeah. Here. I also mentioned that I'm supposed to draw Zelda wearing Zonai earrings. Oh, let's see here. I decided just to add another. So if you've checked my Linktober page, you'll be able to see that I have an Etsy shop and also a coffee shop. My coffee that was linked here is actually connected to my coffee shop as well. So if you see there, I'm actually selling some Zona inspired earrings, especially for Zelda, Sonia, and Minero. Um, you can actually check it there and see if you'd like it. You can actually purchase if you'd want to. You can also check my Etsy page and see some of my merch there. Unfortunately, I don't have any discount codes for CreatorCon. That's because I wasn't able to update my shop in a while. I'm a bit busy as of recently, so here. Let's see. No, I just realized why haven't I thought of drawing Zelda doing a pose like the girl with the pearl earrings? You know what? That's something I should have drawn, but I'll try to do that. Probably not in this live stream. I'm planning to do another live stream. Maybe like a frequent live stream, say twice a week or twice a month. That depends. Since my computer can now handle live streaming, so I think I might end up doing some art live stream. Okay. Missed opportunity, but I'll just do that. Will I be able to finish it in just an hour? Nah, I don't think so. Lighting this part here. Yeah, let's see. Should we do? Yeah, I'll just add another layer for the clothes. Because the clothes is the bit tricky part. Actually, your eyes is the one that took me a You have a long neck? Wait. Yes. Let me just try to see. Yeah. Mhm. See, this is the reason why I always don't follow my sketch. This once I started doing the line art, I'll be able to find the flaws on my anatomy. See here. Okay. The method is very unconventional, to be honest. And that's a bit of a problem. And those who are self-taught. How long does it take? God. For those who missed this which stream or doesn't want to watch the the entire art stream, I've actually enabled the time lapse of this, which I might upload on YouTube and other social media so that anyone can actually see my art process in the times I've redone my sketches. Since I'm doing Zelda, I think I have to share how I ended up joining the Zelda fandom, became one of the casual creators. So, my first Zelda is actually Breath of the Wild. Yeah, I know. But um, that doesn't mean that I'm actually not a Zelda fan just because my first game is Breath of the Wild. I think that's actually the most common bots that I've encountered online. You're not a real Zelda fan if your favorite game is Breath of the Wild or Tears of the Kingdom because it's an open world game and not really a Zelda, which is a dungeon game, which is a misconception. That's according to most of the fans that I've talked with. That's why I rarely actually tell people that my first game is Breath of the Wild or say Tears of the Kingdom is my favorite Zelda game because that's actually a very unpopular opinion. I believe most people actually don't like Tears of the Kingdom for a valid reason. Um, so just to avoid some, you know, discussions, um, like this game sucks because of this and that. I try to avoid that kind of conversation because each of us um, has say, are free to like a media, whatever we like. It's actually it's something that you honestly like, not because some people said it so. Uh, Also, gaming fandom is actually for me is it's a bit um it's a bit toxic. So and I've come from miraculous fandom, and that fandom um is pretty toxic. I don't want to add some salt on that. Anyways, yeah. So I actually try to avoid some confrontation and some fans because I like this stuff. But anyways, yeah. Breath of the Wild is actually my first Zelda game. Tears of the Kingdom is actually my favorite Zelda game. So yeah. So the reason why I was actually interested in Breath of the Wild it's because it's an open game. So I'm not actually a gamer. I'm more of a casual gamer. So I prefer to play open world games because if you're a casual gamer, you'll actually love open world games because it's actually on your own pace. It's up to you when to complete a quest. You can also roam around. One thing that I love one thing that I love on open world games is because you can actually do anything or solve anything without following the rules. So the freedom and the sandbox method is something that I liked on games. So yeah. So when I actually bought Breath of the Wild, or say I actually bought the Switch um say around so I think that's 2021, I think. That was the time where Animal Crossing is actually booming. So yeah, so I actually bought a Switch because of Animal Crossing. And then I decided to buy another Switch game. And I saw that Breath of the Wild is actually an open world game. I actually don't have any idea about Nintendo games at all. So I just decided just to buy a game just in case Animal Crossing would bore me. So yeah, and then after I bought Breath of the Wild, it took me like several months for me to play the game. And then I quit it because I actually find the Great Plateau a bit boring. I think most of the players would also say that. Um, the Great Plateau is kind of boring. It's not interesting. Yeah, there's a quest. Yeah, there's an old man. And then you have to do the shrines, yada yada yada. But doing the like after I unlock the what do you call this? The Shika Tower, I then stopped playing it. I for me it's actually there's nothing going on in this game, so I just just quit it and then just proceed doing the Animal Crossing thingy. And then after like months of playing, I've decided to say play it again because the game is actually expensive and it's kind of waste of money if I'm not gonna open it and just do a bit of quest there. So I actually played Breath of the Wild blindly, so I don't know any of the tricks, any of the mechanics. Um, so I've messed up a lot. Actually, I died a lot, especially I don't know how to remove my armor if there's a thunderstorm. So yeah, most of my deaths are actually due to the thunderstorm because I don't know how to unequip um my weapons. So what I did is I just dropped my weapons to the ground and just moved like a bit away, just enough for my weapons not to disappear, and then just wait for the thunderstorm to end. Um, Another thing is that I actually don't know that you can actually leave your horse anywhere and then the stable will just gonna fetch it for you. So I actually don't know that. I thought that if you leave your horse unattended on the field, they might end up becoming wild and you're not gonna have that horse again. So that's why every time I actually travel with my horse, I actually make sure that I return them or I place them. I return them to the stable. So yeah. So when I first got the quest to go to the Zora domain, so there's a shrine there, and then you cannot proceed after that shrine because of the elevation. So you have to travel by foot. That time I was actually bringing my horse, so I have to travel back to the stable. It's just funny because I've decided just to do the shrine because I can just do the um teleportation. So I first cleared that shrine. That I think that's actually a test of strength shrine, which is a shrine that I actually don't like because I always die a lot on those shrines because I don't know how to do a combo move. Um, I'm actually not a good player, to be honest. I suck at playing. I died a lot. I died a lot of from nonsense things. So yeah. Anyways, um, so I just went to the main. I traveled by foot, and then I've encountered so many Zalfos. I died a lot. I hate that stupid um Wizrobe. I also hate Sidon. I don't know how to pronounce his name. I usually play the game using Japanese dubs because Zelda sounds cute there. Also, some of the characters actually sounds cute as well. Um, the English is fine, yeah. The English is fine. But I think it's some people would prefer Japanese because it feels like it's faithful to the plot or to the like because the game is made by Japanese company, so just by uh just in logic, the plot was actually ideally made for Japanese, so that's why it's it's better to watch it in Japanese dub. I think some people would use that logic whenever they watch anime. So yeah, so I actually applied that logic to Breath of the Wild. But it's actually more on I love the voice actress of Zelda there. She sounds cute. Um but Patricia is actually nice as well. It's just that the way she delivered Zelda sounds mature, which is yeah, I mean she does a lot of mature stuff for a 16-year-old. But I think hearing the Japanese voice it makes you realize that she's a very young princess with a lot of stuffs in her hands. I think one of the Discord server that I'm in called Zelda as like a project manager because she's the one who's actually dealing lots of stuffs, making sure that everything is working fine, everything is aligned. But you know, sometimes your head will going to say um give you lots of headache. Yeah, it Zelda sleeves. In here. You have your reference for Zelda's clothes. Oh. Zelda's clothes faithfully or just bullshit it? Nah, I'll just follow it. I actually spend a lot of time doing this dress, so might well stick with it. Yeah, I don't know what's been going on with my stream, so to be honest, I'm very noob at streaming, so as you can see, some of my setup is just basic. I don't have any bots on my chat. So, yeah. I've talked to someone on Discord, CreatorCon group about the raiding stuff, so I don't know how to do the raid. What's the raid? I should have researched or checked whatever's going on with Twitch. All I know is that Twitch is due for streaming, and then you stream from there. Same with Facebook, same with YouTube. I thought that was it, but then I did not realize that there are there are some terms that I should have learned before I clicked the live stream. I mean, I am actually should have prepared doing this Creator Con live stream thingy, but I was too preoccupied with work, and I've decided, nah, I'll just do the sketch and then be done with it. Then I ended up more than I can chew, and now I ended up spending too much time doing Zelda's clothes. And now I'm starting to a good thing is that I'm still not sleepy yet. Not a good thing, but you know, it's a Sunday here. It's a weekend. And I deserve some playtime like this. I might have researched more about doing live streaming. I'm a person that prefers to learn as I go, learn from my mistakes and all. Not that I'm doing some mistakes right now, but at least I'm prepared. Let's say I should have enabled like chat button something. I didn't because I don't know. I don't like this. Fix this. Fix it. Fix it. Only thing is that I have like a VTuber avatar, and I've made some character emotions, but I'm too busy doing the hotkey thingy, so I'm just doing the default. Huh. We should have planned this better. Yeah. Why do I have a feeling I might end up doing a 6-hour live stream here? Please no. This is just a simple sketch. I usually don't spend this much time doing the sketch, but maybe because, doing a live stream and I don't want to mess it up, so. And then I'm messing it up today. I should have get something very simple. did I go to her royal clothes just because I like it? Zelda, good. She looks cute on it. I know I can give her justice. Uh, I actually made a poll if I should do an art stream or a polymer clay live stream. And most of the people actually voted an art stream, which is actually okay. But if the polymer clay stream actually won, I might actually do a presentation on how to make my light dragon trinket dish. Just one. But then it may take a while because I have to bake every parts and it takes 15 minutes to bake it and another 5 minutes for it to go down and add my clay. I can actually do like a step-by-step process, but it's gonna take a lot of time. But it's fine that doing an art stream, one, because it's a less hassle for me, and also there's also creators doing a polymer clay stream, which is kind of interesting. Um, so yeah, just interesting. Well, obviously, I'm not following my original sketch. It's just the way I am. Not following the original plan. Obviously, they, yeah, I can stop this part. Just, just if it's something that I messed up, that's it. That. This one. Is it? Yeah, it is. But boy, I'm spending so much time doing this. don't care if it's a lot of anatomy mistakes. I'll just blame it because I haven't slept. Don't have enough sleep. Also, I'm looking at Zelda's reference based on the game, screenshot, and the art book. So, I messed up. You have a very complicated costume, Zelda. Why? Why you should have very complicated? Oh, should have worn like simple dress. You're not a simple girl with a simple life. You're a princess. Oh God, isn't great. Yeah, I have to make you very pretty like a goddess. Anyway, okay. Wear puffy sleeves. I'll just stop with this. No, no, I mean I'll just stop working on what do you call this on her collar. The edge. I'm not really a seamstress, so I don't know what's the right term for this part of the sleeve. Anyway, 1, 2, 4 sleeves. Ups. Up. Okay. Would I have to draw your side sleeve, girl? My God. Why do you have a very complicated dress, Zelda? Oh. What is your dress, Zelda? Why is it so complicated? Started to draw your mom. Well, I find it cute, that's why. Ah, I should have stuck with your usual um traveling clothes or maybe you wear Link's clothes. That would be nice. Ah, you know what? Stick with it. Completed Zelda. Wait. Yeah. But out, girl. Hmm. Nope, not really. Square type. Coffee type. Hmm? Nope. Kind of weird that my Interesting. So complicated. Wait, mm, I'm confusing. Yes, I've mentioned I do have some problems with my brush, especially with my tablet, because my brush isn't cooperating with me sometimes. Mm, letting put like just simply bullshitting it. Uh, I don't have to overthink. I'll just draw whatever I can. It's not like a competition or whatsoever. Draw, mess up, that's fine. Okay, so why not gonna draw her skirt? That's way complicated. Her top clothes is actually complicated. I don't want to make my life more difficult. Drawing her skirt. I'll just settle with her upper body. Uh, okay. Let's do. Hmm, like Elmo said, just think it through. Okay, my first sleeve is done. Am I happy with this? No. We'll see. Dum, 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 dum. No. There you go. Don't like it, but you know, well, there's has a very puffy sleeve here, so sleeve, Zelda. No, I'll just stick with this. Too ugly already. Even my sketch was being followed properly. Everything has been eyeballed. Me not following the just deal with this. Zelda and the big blues. He actually has like a regular blues. Maybe. I'll just add another layer in case I messed up with this. I don't want to mess up the part anymore. Not. I end up. Hey, so just to see. The part where I need the oh, oh. Maybe it's so difficult. Really. I love to make myself very complicated. Zelda. Very complicated. Why, girl? How much time I have to spend here? Yeah, this much. Yeah, I hate Nintendo. Right? They supposed they have like a very specific angle. So this just the fudge. to make my life very complicated. Yes. Okay. Just finish this layer. Delete this. Because there's just one. And then they're separated. Leave here. Probably the art will in the in-game design are very, very consistent, especially on Zelda's clothes. Let me just delete this. It's been nagging on my brain. Back it to lock, so I'm not gonna touch this. You know how to change my expression. Supposed to be like another one. No, I say I'll just bullshit it. So I don't care if it's not, very consistent. So I don't care. I'm just doing it for fun. I don't need to overthink. You know what? If I've decided just to draw a simple Zelda, not her royal clothes, I might have finished streaming. But I went to this. It made my life very complicated. Not funny. Why do you have a very complicated clothes, Zelda? Can you tell me who's your, designer so I can punch them? Oh, you know what? Do this, I can do this. Fun time. But I don't care. Do I have to put like a background design? You know what I mean? Yes, I'll do that. You know what? On my next stream, I might do. I have to make sure that all of my sketches are done before I do a stream. But then it's kind of interesting if I actually do from scratch so everyone can actually see my process. And makes the art a bit interesting to watch. Oh. Oh, hi, Brandon. Hope you have a great time. Oh. How are you today? Oh, oh. Hi, Robin. How are you? Oh, that's good to hear. With Zelda's belt, he has a very complicated and unnecessary belt design. She has like, like a steel belt, but on her art design, it looks like, like a metal. You know what? I don't care. I'll just draw whatever I want. Zelda, your boat's design very complicated. It's giving me a heartache. A headache, sorry. Just delete it. So many activities for the day. Looks like most of the creators are actually available on Saturday. On my time zone, it's already a Sunday. I'm actually interested to do like a 2 day stream, but the Sunday for other people is actually a Monday for me, and I have to go to work. So I'll just do a live stream for today, and then maybe if I have time, then I can actually do another live stream, but for a different art. I don't know. I usually do an art stream for commissioned art, so I need to do an art done from scratch here. So it's a bit longer because I have to do the sketch. It actually took me a lot of time doing the eyes. So easily spot that my triangle is very quick. Just like that. pretty late here. And we have a tea, black tea, so I'm not gonna fall asleep. This is my third cup for tonight, or for this morning, I guess. 'Cause it's morning here. It's already 4:13. Woohoo! It's 8 p.m. Eastern. No, very complicated dress. Madam, maybe. I think so. Yes. Right? Okay. I consider for Zelda. Even your art, not unfair. Don't care. Hello. Just see you later. Oh yeah. I forgot this part. That's nice. Not, I will end the fix. I'll do that later. It's a bit weird, but that's fine because I drew her pose without any references because I'm just like that. So difficult because I'm not using any references, pose references. Oh, yeah, I messed up. Yes. Hmm. Look at that. Well, I ended up drawing just a bit part of Zelda's skirt, even though I don't want to, but yeah, I can just draw her without the skirt. But it's a family friendly event and I cannot do that. Husband. Is it my pen's fault? Oh, man. Not having jitters at the moment. And I already drank like 4 cups of black tea. At least I'm drinking water. So I don't have any jitters. Say design. Records. Hmm. So this line art. Then comes the color, which is another complicated thing. Because I also have to do the shading part. Should I do the background? We'll see. Stretching. Because I've been sitting for almost 2 hours. Yeah, it's running to 3 hours. Hmm. Mhm. I'll just add another layer because I'm not confident that I can actually do her other arm well. See. Okay. Where's the current one here? Okay. Maybe here. Let's see. Why not so stiff? But that's line art. I'll be able to fix that later. Once I've done the to fix my pen setting, make everything work. For some god reason, my pen is not responding. Oh, okay. I think I see my mistake. It's the sleeve. I knew it. This one is giving me a headache. Yes, I knew it. The sleeve is giving me headache. It's a bit weird. This is also messing me up. Mm. It's messing me up because it's actually messed up. So found my other mistake. Okay, it looks way better than before. Her torso looks quite okay. Her neck seems a bit odd, but I can fix that. Her head seems to be kinda weird, but I can fix that. Hmm. Notification. Oh, another. So many people are doing a live stream for Linktober for today. That's great. Woohoo! Oh, sorry. Let me just make sure that my. I just realized I haven't saved it. Oh, if I lost this art, I don't know what to do. Back to area. Wait, let me just add this using. Oh, it, yeah, it's it. Zelda has a weird puffy sleeves. Looks like a sleeve with a padding, a heavy padding. Is that the is that the one that you call the one that's very trendy back in the 80s? Ah, I knew it. I need to sketch this part. Sorry. See, that's me. For sketching something, even though should have decided that it should be finalized, but you know me. I'm a very inconsistent person. You know what? Why did I give Zelda a hand? Like, oh, no, it's too late. Let me just move her. Why is it she's on the corner? Let me just move my girl here. There. And just oh, sorry. They're here. Yeah. You know what? I'm done with this. Mm. And sketch. Need a sketch. With my sketch. Right. To the other sleeve. I mean, it should be easy, right? But sometimes I make everything so complicated. The pointy sleeve. No. Pointy sleeve should be gone. It's messing up my Zelda. Is it? No, it's also pointy. Sketch is making it look like I messed up, but it's not. Anyway, let's proceed with the sleeve thing. Mhm. Almost there. Just doing the line, okay? All I'm saying is a different beast. Anyway, done with our upper body. Yay! But is it perfect? No. Do I care? No. Yep. Yeah. I don't like her head. I don't like it. Too small. Yeah. It's too short. Is it? What do you think? Yeah, she looks so decent, but well, as I said, I don't care. I'll just draw whatever I want. If it looks sucks, yeah, just let it be. Like the song. Just so messy. Oh, so this part is actually showing. This part is actually showing. Uh, I don't like how the art in the art book and the one on the game is not consistent. Is I'm using two references, so one of the references that I'm seeing right now is just Zelda's references, but the pose itself, I just eyeballed it, so that's why now It's inconsistent and yeah, not perfect. Just blame it on me because I'm not using references. Don't follow my example. Please be make sure to use references so you're not gonna mess up just like me. Anyways, oh, so I forgot. This is the head. This is the head. I'm gonna fix the hair because I don't like it. He said if you don't like. Alright. Okay. Did I? Think so. Oh, hello, Miguel. How are you? Welcome to my live stream. And I'm just fixing Zelda's face because I don't like it. Looks like there's something is wrong, but no, it looks decent. But after I'm done with my line art, might be able to see what's the problem. Oh, hey, Raccoon. Oh, Stu. Are you planning? Are you planning to add some meat as well, like a meat veggies? Probably like a beef stew, pork stew. And how was your event? I hope it's actually great. Sucks that I actually missed it. Oh, okay. I actually haven't tried Greek veggies too. Um, Usually whenever I hear Greek, the first thing that I could think of is, oh, it's Under the Bridge, right? I actually read just a few chapters of it. I probably need to do some reading. This eyebrows. Hmm. It seems to be. Okay. Join. Jealous earring space. Oh, an inner ear. It's bigger, so here. Here, longer. Oh, for friends. Yeah. So, how's there? The earrings. My mouse not working. Like I'm done with my line art. And then I'll just do the color. Color will be faster. I hope will be faster. Sometimes. do that a little later. Mm. Okay. I'm done with the fine art. Wait. Gotta save first because I don't want to lose my progress. And folder, placed all of my line art so I can move it. This looks like Zelda is off center. I'll just move it a bit here. And I forgot to close this part. See? Here. And let's do the line art. Funny part. So this is the part where some digital artists didn't know that they can just use some clipping. So I actually found out how to use clipping like probably 2 years after doing digital art. Oops, forgot. Like first. So it took me 2 years to figure out how clipping works. I'm not sure what's the term for the for Procreate, but for Medibang it's actually alpha. It's actually clipping. I think for Procreate it's alpha clipping. So some digital artists that I know actually didn't know about alpha clipping. So this is actually something that would make your life easier. Here.
Yeah, that's actually my reaction when I found out the alpha clipping. So, if, say for example, if this is like the main color and then I'm just clipping the blue. So if you're not clipping it, you know, it's go outside. But once you clipped it, it makes sure that your color um doesn't spilled out from your line art. So behind my avatar, it's actually like a reference tab. So it looks like this. Okay, it's not showing. Anyway, yeah, it looks like this. So I'm just color picking Zelda's clothes because that's way faster and also more accurate to just color pick the colors of her clothes rather than figuring it out. Um, Back when I was actually doing some art for Miraculous, um, I actually got criticized when I did an art for a certain character. So if you're not familiar with Miraculous, so it some of the secondary characters or tertiary characters or side characters if you call it, so there are some characters that are black, I mean in different races, so you have to make sure that um each character must be accurate, okay? Because if not, then oh, hi Kiko, how are you? So yeah, so going back to Miraculous, even though I'm working on Zelda, but yeah, um, just a backstory. I was before I was just eyeballing the colors for characters, but then I got criticized by a lot when I did a character, and it seems that the skin tone was kind of off. So it wasn't my fault actually. It's just that the before I'm actually using a colored background. So what happened is that because of the background is kind of brownish, so the skin tone somewhat became like lighter. So it's not actually my intention to make a dark skin character lighter. So yeah, um I got flacked by it like a lot. So ever since then I've decided nah, I'm not gonna eyeball the colors. I'll just gonna color pick it even though it's just basic, just a plain red or the skin tone. Ever since then, um I don't want to repeat that incident. So I don't want to to encounter some issues with another fandom, especially with Zelda fandom. So that's why I've decided just to color pick everything. Anyways, here I'm just doing Zelda's hair, and then doing her clothes. Mm, Okay, I forgot this part. So I know some what do you call this? Some artists would recommend to use like a color wheel, like the wheel shape, just to make sure that you're getting the correct blending. I prefer like this line, what do you call this? Color line, whatever. I prefer to use this type because it's not space consuming. So I can just drag the my brush on the top if I want the red, and then just move it here down, and then just do whatever I want here for the blending. So yeah, some would prefer the circle version. I prefer the straight version, just for for the space of my screen. Just found there. Much easier to spot if I missed some or okay. Um, mm, Okay. Heart. Oh, thank you, 22626. Uh, it's kind of late here, so, and I think it's nighttime on the other side, so no wonder there are only a few people who are watching. Oh, for my doggos, Bloopy and Peanut are actually outside my room, so they're currently sleeping. We can't disturb them. So, and these two are currently banned in my workplace, or say in my workroom, cause uh they used to play a lot. So some of my stuff, they they would just drag it all around, and since my workroom is also my craft room, so there's a lot of interesting stuff here, like lace and crafts and stuff. So yeah, they're banned. But they're actually allowed if it's in the morning, and all of my stuff are actually just stowed away. I actually have to place some barrier here so they cannot go through my shelves and some stuff that is very interesting for the dogs. Um, Here. Here. Let's see. Here. Then duplicate it, and then make some blur to make it a bit softer. Some would use airbrush for Zelda's um, dress. Okay. Probably just fixed this part later. I'm just doing just the flat colors, no shading yet. Okay, so just gonna do the eyes. Eyes is just basic. This is like a no-brainer for me. The eyes are, even though I had some troubles working on the eye placement, but coloring my eyes a bit easier compared to the other parts. So I start with Zelda's in the greenish color. I think it's a bit striking. Let me just tone it a bit. Here. So I'm gonna start with Zelda's greenish eyes, and then his pupil. Yeah. Adjust the eyes. And be fixing a bit. Fix this. Sometimes I start with iris, sometimes I don't. Depends on my mood. But usually I just start with the top portion. This is how I do my eyes. It's a simple shade of the top color. And then I just airbrush the bottom part. Just then add the eyes. Multiply it. Oops, nope. There it is. Is my mouse not cooperating with me? My mouse. Do you want highlight? There, that's it. Simple as that. No other flares and all. Others would add like a bit of sparkles, some overlays. Mine is just like that. I just um had my dark iris on multiply, but that's about it. Just the eye color. I might adjust it later. Adjust it now. Bothering. Just the light. Yeah. This is just flat colors. I haven't shaded it yet, so. And if that's it. No other flares. Just create the folder, label it as nice. Sometimes I create folders for each layer so that I won't accidentally delete it. Sometimes I don't because I'm too lazy. There. Zelda's flat colors is done. Now, gotta work on this and the shade. Not really.
Just this part. Then I tend to put just a bit of a blush on Zelda. I actually add a blush on most of my characters because just just the plain color just make them kinda, lifeless. So adding a blush makes them more lively. Why is my brush not? Hmm, I'm not sure. Is there some latency on my brush? Why are you not working? I have to adjust it. Thank you. Not yet done. This is just a flat color. No shade. Still lifeless. So gotta do the other part, the shade. So what I do, I just placed all of the colors. Just one folder. There. Then tag it as normal and do the clipping again. That way I don't have to mess up with the shading. Okay. So for my shading, I first need to determine where my light source is. So I'm planning to have my light source here. So where my light source here. So all of my shades would be here. There. Oh, to do that, I usually start with brown or red. It depends on what color I picked. And then from there, I can just adjust it. No problem. Just use multiply and then color. Should like it. So the style that I'm using is somewhat similar with how you shade an anime panel. So if you watch like an episode, it's just if you watch like an anime and if you observe like one of the screenshot, you'll notice that um on anime shows they just use flat colors, thin line art, and then just a simple shade. That's it. It makes their rendering art a bit faster, and somehow I just followed that kind of process. The funny thing is, the way I draw traditionally is way different with how I draw digitally. So I usually use all this different layerings, make everything a bit soft because I use color pastel. Here I'm just what do you call this, a lazy type of coloring style.
just disable this part so I can easily use the bucket tool. So whenever I draw digitally, I only use like probably three kinds of brushes. The pen, the airbrush, if I'm going to do some, shading, and a flat brush. I usually do that whenever I do some imprints for, say, um, wood, but that was just like in rare cases. But I usually use flat brush for doing backgrounds. So- But most of the time I'm just using pen. Medibang has a lot of um, brush option. I believe you can also create your own set of brushes. I'm not seeing any tutorial, but you can actually upload a brush here, even your font. But I think this is only, I'm not sure for free version, because mine is actually a premium version. So it's a bit cheaper compared to say um Clip Studio. But the difference here is that this one doesn't have an animation option. So if I want to make some, let's say, just a simple animation, I usually use Krita or um, Adobe Photoshop. But now that my computer is actually a bit powerful, I'll try to use I do have a Toon Boom here, and what's the other program that I have? I forgot. Let me check. OpenTunes. So OpenTunes is an open source. I believe op- yeah, OpenTunes is the one that is being used by Studio Ghibli. I believe so. Not sure. Um, so I haven't actually tried it yet. I've opened the program, but I was too used to operate using Adobe Animate or Photoshop, so it takes a bit of time for me to get used to it. Also, I also installed Blender because I'd like to learn how to do 3D, and it seems that Blender has a 2D option. So I am actually planning to check that and see if it's better than OpenTunes. I actually tried making a comic, but for the Dragon Prince, I've decided not to proceed with it because they call this um the Dragon Prince fandom is quite small, and then I made a comic which is kind of like a crossover to Animal Crossing, and it seems that nobody actually understood the references. So um I mean, I can create an art for myself, but I also would like to create an art where other people can also relate to. So even if just one person, two-person, but it happened that fans of the Dragon Prince doesn't have, there's no any connection between Animal Crossing fans and the Dragon Prince fans. So it seems like I have a comic in Webtoon, and I haven't updated my Webtoon for, say, 2 years, I believe. A year? I'm not sure. But anyways, yeah, I've decided not to proceed with it because nobody actually understood the reference. Yeah, that's actually the first fan comic that I've decided to make. Yeah, but I've decided actually to create like a comic for Zelda. I was actually planning to launch it during Linktober last year. It's actually yeah, for like original work. No, I haven't. The problem for me is that I haven't thought of creating like an original comic. I actually enjoyed drawing something for the fandom or something that I enjoyed. Maybe because I just started drawing for myself. Um, I mean, it's been say years since I've drawn like a lot, and then I haven't mastered, say, I'm not yet convinced that I'm my anatomy is perfect. So let's say I'm not really perfectionist, but I'd like to create like my own original comic once I'm sure that, or say I'm confident that I can actually work on a comic without any, say, reliance on references. More on anatomy actually. So that's why I just started with doing some fan works because I enjoyed it. But later on, maybe I'll be inspired and I'll just create like my own original comic. So I'll see. And besides, working on a comic is its own beast. It takes dedication, also time. You also need to plot your story. So, no, writing is hard. That's for that's for sure. I mean, I can draw, but writing, um, I mean, I can write. I mean, I have fix in AO3, but you know, it takes me like, say, weeks or months for me to produce like a 500 word um fiction, or say like a one shot. Um yeah, it's hard. It's easier for me to draw than to write. So imagine if I do that with comics. That's, that's difficult. Although I'm actually planning to work on, say, um, a zine of my own works. So, like a collection of my art and, say, stories, you know. But it takes, let's say, dedication, time, effort, and time is something that I don't have to, I don't have a lot of time. Too busy with work and personal stuff. So yeah. Uh, as well, aside from the Dragon Prince, Zelda, um, but Animal Crossing. Sometimes visit the subreddit of Animal Crossing and Miraculous, but I'm trying to move away from Miraculous actually. My experience on that fandom is actually not good. Um, well, the fandom is actually great. When the show was quite, say around like first, second season, once the show became mainstream, uh, it's a bit, it's a bit toxic. So I know. Actually, I'm kind of surprised that um, the Zelda fandom, even though it's the Zelda has been existing for decades now, 30 years, 30 plus years. But I think there are so many mature fans in the Zelda fandom. That's why it's less toxic compared to fandoms where most of the audiences are young teens, like Miraculous. Oh. Also, the show's plot is not my cup of tea anymore. Yes, that's right. Cause the show's plot is kinda, repetitive. I mean, for a story to work on, you need to have a good narrative. You actually know what's gonna be, um, say the main theme. It's just so happened that on Miraculous, the theme actually inconsistent. So not that you need to have the show to be predictable, but you need to make I mean the show doesn't have to be predictable, I mean, but um it needs to be cohesive. There should be a narrative on the story. Like if your theme is about friendship, then the show should stick with friendship because that's the main theme, right? What happened with Miraculous, it varies. They're introducing so many characters. The plot is so inconsistent. So they'd like to use the formula Monster of the Week, and then it they they screwed up with the plot. Not sure. I know some Miraculous fans will gonna defend the show, but I'm not one of them anymore. So I keep up. Also, I don't have yeah, I don't have a say good experience with the fandom. So no, not only with the art theft. Um, I've also encountered some weird fans. Um, that's why I tried to move away. Although I've met a lot of friends, but I got a lot of enemies. So, and I'm not sure who are they anymore. Is and I think those enemies, or the so-called my enemies, probably forgot about what the conflict is all about. Even I actually forgot about it. Wait. Start. Hmm. Hmm. Yeah. Yes, yes, that's right. Um, yeah, I hope so. Um, I'm not currently looking for a new show to get engaged with their fandom yet. I mean, I was actually aside from the Dragon Queens, I was also quite active with Tales of Arcadia before, and then it went downhill after the last movie. So It's fine. Uh, let's fix the line art. Oopsie daisy. See. Right now, I'm just fixing the line art so it could blend a bit better. No, I don't. So even though there's a background music for my live right now, um, I'm not playing any music at all whenever I draw. Sometimes whenever say doing coloring like this, or doing a line art where my sketch is actually like um actually perfect, then sometimes I play a music in the background. That way I'll not feel sleepy or get bored. But most of the time, I'm not playing any music at all. Even whenever I work, I find it a bit distracting. But to each of their own. So some people can needs to play some background music, or say play some white noise whenever they do some work. For me, no. So it's totally silent here in my room. Although I do have to adjust my microphone so it won't pick up any noises, because my dog's actually barking just a while ago. So I had to adjust my microphone not to pick up any noises, especially like the the what do you call this? The AC, and also the air purifier behind me. So there. I'm just doing the line art here to make everything a bit, I don't know, pretty. There. No worries. Thanks for hanging out with me. And have a great day. Catch you on Discord. Bye bye. Well, to be honest, I'm actually done, but I'm actually not satisfied. So, what I'm planning to do here is to use some double lighting. So, let's see here. Hopefully, hmm, well, just use light. So there will be no problem if I use a double light. And then hope my airbrush would work. Bugs. Then I want to put like a leaf or should dapple light here. See, it's white. I don't think so. Oops. Just make it. Nah, I think lips is much better. Can use airbrush. I'll just use airbrush. Let's hope my airbrush would work. Nah. Yeah. Why are you not working for me? Here. Oh, brush. Brush. Why are you not cooperating with me? Just using an airbrush here. And my airbrush isn't not working for me. For some odd reason, my brush calibration isn't working. Let me just adjust here. Also, okay. That's my much better. Another here. Now we're talking. Okay. Just using an airbrush. That work. Okay. Am I happy with it? I think so, but I think it's still thing. Not that I'm perfectionist. And is let me just add an overlay here. Is it pretty? Is it? Sure. Great. Okay. something. Hey. Hey. Yeah. And then proper tone here. I am done. Well, let me just adjust her face. Adjust my Zelda's face. You're so pretty, Zelda. Hmm. You know what? Forget. Oh, oh, my brush. Why is my brush not working? Not working, but more like no size. Bird. Ah, erase. And then just realize it's not right. Lacking. Still lacking. Let me add some highlight. Oh my bye girl. Oops. Nope. Oh, no. Mm. Isn't. What? Let me fix her blush. Because it looks like her blush isn't like, portion. Just adjust the brushy. You here. You. The eyes. Here's a pink. Not how do I use this? Yeah. Light. Not happy. Did I color? I mean, looks fine. Is she? Is she pretty? Yeah, she pretty. I think I'm done. I think I'm done. Good for me. I mean, just finished everything. And oh, I don't have any tone here. So my tone is missing. Okay. There. Okay. No. 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 I use? Hmm. Here. Okay. Okay. Here. Love it. I love it. Okay, everything is done. Okay. Wow, it took me almost 6 hours to finish this, which isn't bad, but I could have finished this faster if I did not hesitate a bit on some parts. Anyways, thanks guys for watching this live stream, and please support Linktober's Zelda Creator Con, and see you next time. Bye bye.